Testing, testing.
The board is back from, I think our audio is working. Good, okay. I'm sure also if we have members of the public who are watching remotely, they will let someone know that if they cannot hear this. So, are there any additional questions for Mr. Lee on the Tucker Creek Havelock Middle School expansion project? Ms. Kitzinger, do you have a question? No questions? Additional comments? We were not set to take a vote on this item today. It was just a point of information and an update. However, I would like us to further table this discussion to a July agenda item, and in that time would like to direct Ms. Gibbs and Ms. Kitzinger, who are the representatives from our Havelock community, to do some additional work and outreach in their communities concerning these specifics that we've just seen proposed, including the name, the colors, and the mascot. And I would ask if we don't need a formal motion and to do that, to direct them to do that, but I would ask if it's the will of the board that we would allow Ms. Kitzinger and Ms. Gibbs to take that on separately and come back to us in July with some updates on that. I have a motion from Ms. Mason to do that. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Kirkman. Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey.
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis.
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman.
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger.
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Lori Speaks.
Yes, thank you. Okay. The next.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm hearing from members of the public that the sound is very low still, so
Okay.
is that all? Is that the best we can do? Okay.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Kitchener.
So I just want to be clear and understand that what you're asking of us, is that going to be something that we do on our own time, on our own, with no one else from the school system with us? It's going to not be a school, Craven County School sanctioned event that we are holding on our own.
Mr. Stout, could you speak to that, please?
I believe we can reach out to the Havelock community and seek out responses back from the community and the public on this information, and if maybe call a meeting for them to come for discussion, so you as board members can be involved as well.
We can collaborate with
Yes.
you guys. Okay, thank you.
The next topic is a facility plan update from Mr. Lee.
All right, if you could open that presentation.
Before you get started there, can I just, for the information for the public, that this is a plan that was constructed maybe 3 or 4 years ago based on the 2019 facilities plan, and Mr. Lee is providing it as information. And for the current board, most of the seated members on here, this is also fairly new information to us.
Okay, so if you can go to the next slide, please. So considerations for this plan, as Ms. Speak commented, we basically use the last facility plan as the basis for this 10-year plan going forward. And you can see some of the considerations that we took in mind, but basically we took all the information that we had, and if you look at that very long document, you can glean from that these are the things that, there's many other things that could come from that plan, but these are the priorities that the school district came up with. So the next slide will show you a very simple depiction of what this plan can look like. And if you look at the numbers, the green numbers are the dollars that will be required to do the work. The red is depicting potential schools that could close as a result of some of this work. And again, this is a discussion the board needs to take up. None of this is final. This is just a plan that you can use as a basis to start from, and then you can tweak it as you need to tweak it going forward. So the first consideration was Graham A. Barton, the closure of Graham A. Barton. As everybody understands, Graham A. Barton enrollment is very low and steadily decreasing. So there was some consideration to potentially closing that school or reassigning those schools to Havelock Elementary. If you do that, the school itself, Havelock Elementary, cannot absorb all those students within its walls, so you would have to add some type of modular additions to accommodate those students. So the $750,000 is for those modules to expand Havelock Elementary. Again, this doesn't have to happen. You could redistribute the kids from Havelock, from Graham A. Barton to the other elementary schools in Havelock. Some of those schools are pretty close to capacity, so you would be sort of piecemealing the Graham A. Barton students into other schools. So that was the thinking. You would sort of lift and shift all those students and move them from one school to another. And if you do that, you would have to have capacity at Havelock L. The next consideration would be an elementary school in the Mubin area. I think everybody understands our elementary footprint in Mubin is too large, and we have some very old facilities. So you would start a new construction of a new elementary in the Mubin area, and the potential closing could be Truck Park and Oaks Road as a result of that new elementary school in the Mubin area. The next would be a new elementary school in the Havelock area, and then you can look at potential closing of other elementary schools in the Havelock area. One expansion or one consideration is the expansion of Creekside. If you know anything about Craven County, that area is growing, and Creekside is expandable very much like Tucker is, so you could spend expansion money there, add capacity to Creekside. There is room at Branson, so you could actually put some of the students at Branson, but Branson's an older facility, so you'd be putting students in an older facility that you eventually have to do something with. So the thinking was you could add some capacity at Creekside. And then the last part of the project would be a new middle school in the Mubin area, and you could build it depending on what happens with ADM over the coming years. You could potentially close both existing middle schools into one combined middle school. It would be a relatively large middle school, but it wouldn't be without, you see middle schools throughout the state at that size, so it wouldn't be that strange to have a middle school that size to accommodate the two middle schools in the Mubin area. And you see the projected cost. These costs were determined, they were vetted to an architect, inflation rates routed. It looks very simple in this format, and there's a lot of work behind the scenes come up with the numbers. You see demolition costs have been added depending on if you choose to tear down the schools, those costs are captured as well. Closing schools is a process. So you have to make sure there's policies and practices provided through DPI that you have to adhere to when you close a school. You have the potential to repurpose school as long as for educational purposes. So you have a lot of flexibility in what you can do with the older buildings when you close them. So, and the last slide, Brad. And this is just notes. This explains what was in the Gantt chart, the cost, and the opening and closing of the schools. So any questions about that? And again, this is the start of a conversation that the board needs to have going forward. It needs to be in conjunction with the county commissioners because they're the funding mechanism for all this work, that it's a place to start.
Ms. Stacy.
Thank you for this, Mr. Lee. So, for those of us who have been around a little while, this is really not any new information, but my understanding is that you put it together in this format because there were some statements made that we did not have a plan.
Correct.
And, in fact, we have had a plan. Everything that is encompassed in this document is reflected in the current facilities plan, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's not brought out in this format.
Correct.
So you can glean from that facility plan this needs to be.
Right, because it goes through each of our buildings in detail, the capacity of those buildings, the age of those buildings, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I didn't bring it today, but it's a substantial 3-ring binder about this thick, dating back to, I believe, it was when you were here at the time, 2018?
2019 was actually published, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it did cost us several $1,000s to put it together, right? And so that is where all of this information is coming from, and you've just encapsulated it in one presentation. So I appreciate you doing that and showing and demonstrating that, in fact, this has always been part of the plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes, Vice Chairman Mason.
Can I get an updated copy of the 2019 facilities plan? Because the copy that's online doesn't show all this information in it. So if I could get a copy that has it
Yes, ma'am.
with the recommendations that you have, that would be great.
Yeah, there's an executive summary on the website, but I think, Jennifer, the entire plan is there as well, right? It should be there, but yes, ma'am, we'll get you that. Yeah, the executive version wouldn't have the level of detail that I'm referring to in this.
Are there any other questions or comments about the facilities plan? We are not, there's no action to be taken today. Ms. Stacy, do you have something
So I
else?
do have one other thing I wanted to clarify for the benefit of the board as well. I mean, Stacy has alluded to it, but there is an entire process that we have to follow when we close a school. Closure is essentially a legal term of art. It is referenced in numerous general statutes, and so that is something that I think the board needs to discuss with our attorney in closed session so that there's better understanding of the process that's required to actually do what we are contemplating in this plan.
So there was no action intended to be taken today. Again, the purpose of asking Mr. Lee to give us this update is that this information had recently been shared with the county commissioners, and so it was a public document, and we just wanted to make sure that the public had seen it. The current board is currently working on, or will be working on over the next coming months, an updated facilities plan that will have the buy-in of our board to do that. So we appreciate very much, Mr. Lee, you giving us the history on this and what the recommendations were to get started on that. Thank you. At this time, I would like to call up Ms. Wayan to give us a summer feeding plan update.
So we have a couple of pinch hitters today. Ms. Wayan is very sick. She took sick yesterday and was not able to make it. So Marie Goats coming up and Andrew Matthews. Marie will be doing summer feeding and Andrew will be doing the bid process.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
actually changed names to Sun Meals to align with the state and Sunbooks and other programs that they offer. We have, next slide please, we have several sites that run concurrently this year. The first one being our congregate sites or open sites. These are sites that are school groups, camps, and community partners, as well as our open community can come and eat meals. They have to be consumed on site. And like all of our other sites, there's no pre-registration or ID required, but we may ask them to fill out a form with their name, address, and names of the children that are eating with us. Next slide. Our next one are our Sun Meals to Go sites, and these we offer 7 days worth of breakfast and lunch meals to families on every Thursday this summer. We chose Thursdays because 4th of July fell on a Friday, and it just causes a whole lot of confusion when we can't offer the meals or we change dates. So we try to look ahead at that. These also, we utilize our packing machine that we purchased back during COVID, and our lunch meals are packed in microwavable trays. So there's an entree and a vegetable, and it has a label on it that states how to reheat it. It's general, an idea. All microwaves are different, but that's part of that. And whenever they distribute these meals, they are required to fill out a form, the same form that has their name, address, and the names of the students or children that they're picking up for. But there's no pre-registration or ID required for this either. And those locations are Arthur Edwards, Bridgeton, Vanceboro, Farm Life, and we have several mobile distribution sites as well in the western part of this county, as well as one in Havelock. Next slide. And those are listed there, the western area as well as Havelock. So in years past, we've used congregate meals in Harlow on request from several community members, and we only had one child show up in the summer. So these non-congregate meals, or these Sun Meals to Go, have been a blessing for that area. We are up to 30 meals or meal kits that we are distributing every week in that area. Next slide. So these are our Sun Meals to Go. We have the prepackaged trays with the label, and then we use a 3-week rotating menu so they don't get the same thing every week. All right, next slide. The Craven Cruiser is our modified school bus, and it goes within some of the communities in New Bern to feed the kids. The kids can come on the bus and eat. It's air conditioned. There's places for them to hold hot and cold food on there. And the areas in New Bern are not eligible, according to the USDA, for rural, so that means we cannot provide them the 7-day meal kit, so that's why we try to reach more kids in the New Bern area using the Craven Cruiser. Next slide. We also work with several community partners, such as local churches, our schools, and other organizations, including the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club. And we also have several sports camps that we are helping out as well. Next slide. This slide may be a little confusing, but we have our projected participation, and then our actual values are in, for last year, are in parentheses. So we base that on what folks stated that they would have, how many kids that they would have participating, as well as based it on last year's numbers. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Ms. Kitzinger?
Can you clarify what you mean that the communities are not eligible for the 7-day meal?
Right, they have to be considered rural. USDA.
Rural.
Mhm.
Okay.
They have a map that we have.
Sorry, I didn't understand. I think
Sorry,
it was
it's
just your
my South
accent.
Carolina coming out, I
I thought you
guess.
said rural, R-U-L-E, but now I'm hearing the
Yes,
R. Okay.
rural, yes.
All right, that makes sense. Sorry.
Sorry.
No explanation needed.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you. Yes, Ms. Stacy?
So just one thing, I want to thank you for this. I think this is really important service that we provide, and I know this is not easy. I think you all are doing a lot of different things in the summer, and I didn't have a minute to comment on it, but Ms. Wagner was speaking about the school nutrition dinner, and I just wanted to say that that is always a great event, and I am always impressed. I'm blown away by the fact that we have folks who've worked in school nutrition for 41 years and retire after serving thousands and thousands of our kids over 41 years. And what an important and valuable service you all provide. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions about the summer feeding plan? We do not need to take action on that. We appreciate that information, but at this time we are going to hear information on the school nutrition bids. Good morning.
My name is Andrea Matthews. I have served as the bookkeeper for 13 years, and I'm moving into a position of supervisor and menu planner. So this is all new to me. So thank you. So Lauren prepared this. I'm going to do the best I can. This was kind of, like he said, pinch hitting here. You can go to the next slide. So the school nutrition bids that we are rolling over this year that are renewals that we do not need any sort of approval on this year are ice cream bid with Hershey's Fresh Poultry with Bridgeton Poultry, pizza at our high schools and one middle school, Smart Mouth Pizza, hood cleanings for all of our kitchens, A1 Fire and Safety, and produce. Go to the next slide. These will be the new bids that we will need approval on.
I know we're having sound issues, but will you move that mic
Sorry,
down to
I'm
you?
short
Yeah,
person
I know.
here.
I just
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so for our food bids this year, we are doing direct distribution from various manufacturers, which is approximately 1.3 million combined. As you all know, we are moving out of the NCPA, so we've got direct distribution this year. For our beverage bid, we've got Minji's Bottling Company, which will be approximately $14,800. Bread is Flowers or Franklin Baking. That is $23,102. Our supplies, which is paper, trays, flatware, silverware, plasticware, is Southeastern Paper Group. That is $113,200. And then milk is Mayola. They have won it again. We did go back out to bid. They have been our distributor for a while now. And that's the bid with the Coastal Coalition Group, which is 5 counties combined. You can go to the next slide. So we have done our fresh fruits and vegetables application for this year. It has not come back with which the schools have been approved. This year we had 12 schools. This slide actually has the 13. The one I have actually has the 13. This one is correct up here. We had 12 schools this year, which are listed there.
Will you explain what CEP stands for the benefit of the public?
Oh, sure. Do I have that? I don't even have that. I don't have that slide. I'm sorry. That's because this is the slide. I was doing fresh fruit and vegetable. That's why these are different. I don't have that slide.
Okay.
The CEP is the community eligibility provision. Certain schools do qualify for that. Forgive me, I do not know all of the exact qualifications. Lauren is much better explaining that than I am. But we do have 16 schools this year that, and I don't know if they're all listed there either because that doesn't look like 16, but we did have 16 schools that are under CEP this year. Okay, next slide because I don't even know what we're getting here. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Fresh fruits and vegetables. That is a grant that we do apply for every year for some of our elementary schools. They do have to be at 50% free or reduced to be considered for that grant. As I said, last year we had 13. This current school year we had 12. We did lose Arthur Edwards. We didn't have Arthur Edwards this year on that grant. And we do not have the schools going forward with the next school year. Okay, you can go to the next slide. Sorry, I don't think I have this one either. Oh, I do. The milk machines, we've got milk machines so that we will be doing bulk milk now at some of our schools. Vanceboro Farm Life did pilot this for this year. Rather than giving out the cartons or the plastic bottles, we'll be doing milk machines with 5-gallon bags of milk that essentially go in these to serve the milk. And we've got that at these new 7 elementary schools that are listed here. You can go to the next slide. We are working to go back towards the traditional breakfast versus Breakfast in the classroom, there are more traditional way of serving breakfast for the school year. There's more options of doing hot breakfast with this option as opposed to the breakfast in the classroom. The drawback will be decrease in breakfast if not implemented correctly. And then he's got here, she can share the model with the principal. I think that's it. Maybe?
There.
Is there another slide?
I think, is that the last?
I think so.
Okay, that's okay.
I'm sorry, I was missing one.
Do we have any questions or comments from Ms. Matthews? Ms. Kitzinger?
Okay, so, well, it's gone. Well, I was going to start at the bottom. For the traditional breakfast, I think that's fabulous. I am really tired of my kids eating in the classroom. I think that, the prepackaged breakfasts that are on their desk in the morning are just a bunch of sugary, not always. But it just kind of leans more towards my mind going to, let's have a Pop-Tart or something sugary and quick on the go, which is really convenient, and I understand. But I think that, eating in the cafeteria is more obviously traditional. It's just more of an experience, and it's probably more healthy as well, so I'm happy to hear that. But I do have a question for the milk machines.
Mm-hmm.
You said it's like a 5-gallon bag, and it's distributed, like, do you
It's
get a
in
cup
like
or
a Cambro that's got a spout that they will get a cup to put their milk in, as opposed
just during
to
meal times, yeah?
Correct.
Okay.
yes.
And then, can you explain why Arthur Edwards, like, what goes into the fresh fruit and vegetables grant, and why does Arthur Edwards not get that?
They did not qualify this past year. Not sure. It's
Is it
really
based
based
on
on what NCDPI.
community?
Yeah. Well, and NCDPI, if they have the funds, sometimes they can expand that selection to some of the schools that just barely meet the qualification, and so then sometimes they can't. And this year, Arthur Edwards just didn't meet the qualification, I guess, for.
Do you know what the qualifications are?
It's 50% free and reduced is what
Okay.
the basis of
Okay.
the elementary schools have to be. But then that's totally, we can even have some that do apply that are over that 50%, but if NCDPI doesn't get the grant money for, they base it on what they can give approval for.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Stacy?
So just to follow up a little bit, so I understand, I actually heard Commissioner Troxler speak in Raleigh about how excited he was about these milk machines that we're using, and he spoke specifically about Craven County Schools in that regard. So I think he indicated that we actually are seeing more milk consumption when we implement these machines, correct?
I
Yeah.
was going to say, Marie could probably answer that
Yeah.
a little bit better than I can. She's been pretty active in the implementation with Vanceboro with that.
Yes, we have seen a huge increase in our milk consumption. It's, and we have to base that at Farm Life only, but we have to base that on usage because their participation is so high anyway. It's hard for them to get any higher.
Right.
But the students have absolutely loved it. They said the milk tastes better, and you have to think no odors or taste or flavors or anything are permeating those plastic
carton.
bags
Yeah.
like they do in the paper cartons.
Right.
It keeps the milk colder. It's, I mean, they're pretty amazing machines. They're stainless steel, and the 5-gallon bags actually fit down in the machine, and they have a spout, and then the kids can just take their plastic cup and fill their cup up.
So it's like a soda machine, but for milk.
Absolutely. And when they first did it, I mean, they were like chugging it and going back, and we're like, you can't do that. So,
I love it.
it was all that, but they have, the Dairy Alliance has been very gracious with this grant, and they've actually even provided us elevators that we can put the milk crates or the milk bags on and to lift them, so the ladies aren't having to chug 5-gallon bags over
Nice.
there. Yeah, to be a lot safer
Excellent.
for them. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see how it goes, and then maybe we can get it everywhere.
Oh, yeah, we hope so.
Okay.
They're very expensive, so this grant was phenomenal. We had actually priced it out and was looking into providing it for all of our schools, but it was just not within the budget.
How much are we talking about?
They run the 2-valve, I hate to even quote it because
Okay,
it's been
that's
so
fine.
long, but
We
it
don't-
was a lot. It was quite a lot. So.
Okay. Well,
And
we
plus
appreciate,
we have to buy-
our friends at the Dairy Alliance.
Yeah,
All right.
for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions from members on the board? If not, I would also say that I'm excited about the traditional breakfast, probably for some of the same reasons that Ms. Kitzinger mentioned. I love the idea of our kids getting hopefully more foods that are less processed, and I love the idea of them having some time for fellowship over a breakfast table. So we're looking forward to bringing back some of that. Thank you so much, both of you, this morning.
Thank you. And we did
We do need to,
Thank
yes.
you.
So for the school nutrition budget, bids, we do need to I would entertain a motion to accept the bids as they've been presented this morning.
Motion to accept the bids.
Have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason to do that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Mr. Kirkman. Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey,
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman,
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Singer,
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Roy Spees.
Yes, thank you. The next item is to review our schedule of student fees for the new school year, and Ms. Michelle Lee will come up to present that information.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for letting me bring this to you today. Each year, the district has to submit to North Carolina Department of Public Instruction a list of the student fees that we are expecting parents to participate and pay for. So I gave you two. I gave you the schedule that we get was approved last year and we submitted, and I've done the one for this year. If you pull up the 25-26 this current year, the only real differences is the cost of athletics, and that is determined by the conference. So I think it went from $5 to $6 at the middle school. And also the cost of the AP exams have gone up $10 from $89 to $99 per year. And we are still, there's a lot of confusion and things going on with the AP exams. So right now we still are under the impression that it'll be paid by the state funds. Other than that, the only other thing, if you'll go down to the bottom, there is a increase in our full price lunch meals this year. You know the cost of transportation is affecting the cost of all of our, especially our fresh fruits and vegetables, which is so important. So there is an increase of 40 cents at the high school level for we're talking about people who pay full price lunches. And at the middle and elementary school, it's an increase of 15%. There is no increase for students that, 15 cents, what did I say? Oh, I'm sorry, 15 cents, I'm sorry. And then at the reduced level, that stays the same as 40 cents, and there's no cost to that. That's paid by the state. There's any questions? Otherwise, I will need approval. Okay?
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Kirkman.
Just one question, on parking, why is West Craven still charging $60 for parking? None of the other high schools are.
They do. That must be a. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, over on the right. Yes, Havelock High School, New Bern High School, and West Craven only. They're the ones that are charging the $60. You see the comments on the right? Yes, sir. That, in other words, the two early colleges do not have to have parking passes. Yes, sir.
Ms. Kitzinger?
I also want to point out that social events and activities in middle school is going from $5 to $6, and athletic events at high schools is going from $8 to $10.
Yes, that's right.
Just wanted to say that out loud for anyone who's listening.
Yes, and that's conference rules.
Yeah, and sorry.
That's
Know
okay.
that you
That's
were
fine.
having
That's
some
fine.
of that.
Ms. Stacy, did you have a question or comment? Okay. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the student fees schedule for 25-26 school year as presented.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Stacy. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Vice Chairman Mason. Is there any further discussion on this? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey,
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman,
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger,
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Lori Spees.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, I would call on Ms. Shine to give us an update and information on the
Mosyle manager.
Mosyle contract. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm seeking approval for the 25-26 Mosyle Manager. That's our mobile device management platform purchase. As presented, our current cost is $118,970.50, and that does not include our 6.75% sales tax. And I do have a presentation if you want to pull that up if you guys have any questions.
Sure, if you could.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, I can just speak to it if that's
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
I'm sorry. So, what is Mosyle Manager? That is our mobile device management system for all of our Apple devices. It's the solution used by Craven County Schools to manage and secure our Apple devices such as iPads, iMacs, and MacBooks across the district. It's sort of like our command center that helps the technology department oversee, configure, and protect all of our Apple devices from one location. How do we use it? It provides us with centralized control, enhanced security, student safety, easily updates our devices from one location, and provides us with an efficient device setup. We can configure settings from across one dashboard, push apps and updates remotely, and that maintains a consistent classroom environment for all schools. Safety and security, it protects our investment. We're able to lock and wipe lost or stolen devices. That protects our students' information as well as our district's information and our classroom's information. It also provides us the opportunity to manage web and app access during our classroom time. That promotes instruction. Devices are ready to use quickly after a student or an employee pulls through our system. We can have devices ready for them in minutes. This decreases our downtime and increases more learning time in our classrooms. The automatic setup during deployments, like large-scale deployments like we had last fall, we're able to go more smoothly. Teachers don't need to be tech experts. We can kind of remote push things to our students and our staff. Our IT staff can manage thousands of devices district-wide, and it ensures the just reliability of our device platforms for students' learning. Again, it helps protect our investment, reduces workload by allowing us to have access from one centralized location, and helps us provide a focused, safe, and productive digital learning environment. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from the board? Yes, Ms. Stacy.
Just a couple. So I think we've been using this platform, correct?
Yes,
This is
ma'am.
not something that's
For
new.
about 8 years. It is not new.
Okay. And you may have said so in your presentation, but is this something that teachers actually utilize too, or is it primarily something that technology uses?
Teachers can use it as well. Their classes are imported into Mosyle, and they can start their class in Mosyle, which allows them full access to Apple Classroom features.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. So it allows teachers in the classroom, excuse me, then to monitor students' access to the internet, just as you all do so, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They can push out sites as well as apps and kind of lock them into those sites and apps during class time.
Okay.
Which prevents moving around.
Great. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the Mosyle contract presented by Ms. Shine as presented, $118,970, $118,970.50.
Motion.
I have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Davis. Is there any further discussion on this? Hearing none, I would ask Mr. Stout to please take a roll call vote.
Ms. Jennifer Dacey,
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkland,
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger,
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Lori Spees.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'll call on Mr. Stacy Lee again to present us with the 24-25 year-end budget amendment resolution.
So before you have the budget amendment summary with descriptions, and I would just entertain if there's any questions. This has to be board approved.
Okay. Are there any questions about the 24-25 year-end budget amendment resolution
This is just the budget amendment.
as presented, the budget amendment
Yes,
as presented? And all the members of the board have reviewed the budget amendment before we're having this meeting. It's not the first time we're seeing it or reviewing it.
Motion to pass it.
Okay, I have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason to approve this budget amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Ms. Gibbs. Is there any other discussion about the budget amendment presented? Hearing none. Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey,
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkland,
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger,
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Lori Spees.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Lee, would you also present the 25-26 interim budget amendment resolution?
Yes, ma'am. So this resolution, you have a couple resolutions. This one basically gives Mr. Stout or the superintendent the authority to keep the district operating until the General Assembly approves the budget, state budget, and stay within the guidelines of the current budget year.
Is there any comments, questions? Yes, Ms. Stacy?
So I do want the public to be aware, I think at this point, where we are in the General Assembly, it's quite possible that we don't get a budget anytime soon at all. There's really no conversation happening between the House and the Senate insofar as our provisions that concern teacher pay are concerned. I think having reviewed the two versions, I certainly prefer the House, and it also would provide us with some relief on our lower funding issue. So we obviously have no choice but to do this because we're caught in the breach. On a positive note, I know that the county has approved their budget ordinance, and so that is decided, and obviously we're grateful for their support. And since this is your last meeting, Mr. Lee, I want to talk a little bit about how we got to that number ultimately with the county. So we typically have lots of discussions with them throughout the year ahead of the budget, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall a meeting between county staff around March 10th, one that happened here in our building and curriculum and instruction library, right?
Yes, ma'am. And basically what we did at that March meeting was present our first take at what our expense budget would look like for the coming year. And included in that was pretty much the budget that we settled on. We had the charter school increase and the fixed cost increase identified in that meeting. There was some discussion from county staff that the anticipation was the fixed cost piece would be included in their final budget, but the charter school increase or the additional $1 million roughly would have to have some discussion at the county level for them to actually approve that piece of it. They were not anticipating the increase that we presented at the time. They were only anticipating the fixed cost increase, and they would need more discussion to approve that going forward.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification because I know, there were a number of folks in that meeting, and my understanding was that, you know, as was done in our budget workshop on the 19th, you presented several scenarios at that point. One of the scenarios would have reflected a $3 million increase in local support. And my understanding from others who were at the meeting was that the response from the county was, we were thinking more like half that. And so, obviously, the number ended up somewhere in between those two numbers, but there certainly was discussion about actual numbers. So I appreciate your clarification there. Thank you for that.
Is there any other discussion or questions for Mr. Lee about the 25-26 budget amendment? Vice Chairman Mason?
I will confess to being a bureaucrat after working for the feds for 32 years. Paragraph 2 states we can expend at the rate of this year, and we know we're going to get a decrease because ADM has gone down by 4%. So, but I just want to explain that I will be voting for the resolution as written, because double checking, you are 100% in accordance with state law. So the resolution is based on that.
And the comment I would, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Lee.
On that, I mean, if Mr. Stout goes crazy and spends beyond those allotments, then that's trued up. I mean, we can't, if we overspend state allotments, we owe the state money at the end of the year. So I mean, there's guidance, or there's things put in place to accommodate, you know, if he comes in for the next 3 months and just spends, then you'll have to make that up at some point during the year, when the budget's approved.
No, I get that, but I'm saying state law says, please spend at the previous year's rate to, and at the federal level, we wouldn't do that. So I just find that interesting, and I'm just making the comment for viewers that may have the same experience I've had.
Welcome to state budgeting.
Yes, so we are talking really here about the state budget now, and I will say, for the benefit of the public, this is a very standard budget resolution, not just for our district, which you can look back historically. This very same resolution, in the years when the state budget has not been approved at the time that we need an approved budget before July 1st, this very same budget resolution is approved by us and many other districts exactly as presented. So I thank you, Mr. Lee, for sharing that. If there are no more comments or questions for Mr. Lee, Ms. Dacey?
I move that we approve.
I have a motion that we approve the budget amendment, and I have a second from Vice Chairman Mason. Is there any further discussion on the budget amendment? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Laura Kitzinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Lori Speaks?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
And I think I have the next one too.
I'm sorry.
This one's correct.
Yeah, Ms. Kitzinger, did you? Okay.
Break. I'm going to take a break.
We have go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is another resolution, and basically what this one does, it allows the superintendent and the business office to close the year, and any activity that's needed to actually close the books. And any amendments that come out of this closing of the year end will be presented at the July meeting, so you're fully aware of what was required to actually to close the year end. This just gives the superintendent and the business office the ability to do that.
Yes. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Lee on this?
Motion to accept.
Have a motion to approve this budget amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Davis. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, I would ask Mr. Stout to please take a roll call vote.
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Laura Kinsinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Reese-Spees.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Spees,
Thank
could I take 1 moment?
Yes, sir.
Since this is the last time at the podium for me in an official capacity, I guess I'll be coming back later, maybe as public comment, who knows, right? But what I wanted to do was just thank everybody in the district for supporting me. I've really enjoyed the work. I've enjoyed my time in Franklin County Schools. But I wanted to really highlight my team. Mr. Jerome Williams, Mr. Jermaine Smith, Mr. Ashley Whitford, Ms. Miranda Shine, what am I missing? Help me. Lauren Wayan, and Mr. Nick Lucas. And formerly, Dr. Thomas Hassel and Mr. Ross Friedel. They're the real key to this team. It's not me. I just do what they tell me to do and stay out of their way and just support their amazing work. But I want to publicly thank my team especially for all the support they've given me over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And on that note, we are going to take a 10-minute break. break. This time we are going to get an information update from Dr. Boutwell about attendance and behavior discipline.
I even practiced. We come to you today to provide what is the third update or second update from our initial presentation. I'm here on behalf of accountability. Nurse Forsyth is here on behalf of Health Services, and then Dr. Sellers is here today on behalf of Student Services in place of Dr. Monroe, who's at a previous engagement. Okay, so as I shared, we first did this presentation in the fall talking about chronic absenteeism, truancy. That sparked a lot of conversation, and we came back together and talked and gave you an update in February. So at the request of the board and others, we are now providing you with an end-of-year update specifically regarding attendance, absenteeism, truancy, and we will do a behavior update at the end of the presentation. So if we could go to the next slide, one more please, thank you. I just want to remind the public on the importance of attending school regularly and what happens when we do not attend school regularly. Now certainly students are out, but this is a conversation that I would suggest happens all the time throughout the year, all 12 months, to get children pumped and ready for the first day of school. So children with 9 or fewer absences historically are going to outperform their peers by more, somewhere between 20 and 30%, just by making sure that their absences stay below that 10 threshold. Students with 15 or fewer absences narrow that gap, but still outperform their peers, somewhere between 10 and 15%. Beyond that, going into 16 absences, all 19, we start seeing that children are performing at or below their peers. And so that is why we have taken this very seriously this year when the first call came from North Carolina on addressing this chronic issue, and Ms. Lee stood before you and the public talking about the importance. The next slide is just a compilation of 3 slides kind of all together. And just to remind that the goal is to reduce absenteeism in the state of North Carolina by 50% in 5 years. Last year, that call to action was made by the North Carolina State Board of Education and provided this very informative graphic on the top left-hand side. And as you can see, Craven County fell in the extreme range for chronic absenteeism, which means more than 30% of our student population. I want to very quickly talk about the difference between chronic absenteeism and truancy. I think that would be good for public to understand what that is. So chronic absenteeism means that I have missed more than 10% of my instructional days. You can be chronically absent, but we know what's going on. For example, a student could be going through significant health issues, and we do have those in our district. It's still an absence. It's an excused absence. We know what's going on with the student, but the child is still chronically absent at no fault of their own. Truancy means I've missed more than 10% of my instructional time, but there is not a valid or lawful reason for it, meaning I'm home and I am not going to school and I have the ability to come to school. There is not a reason as to why I'm not. So you can be chronically absent and not truant, but if you are truant, you are also chronically absent. Okay, if we can go to our next slide, we're going to talk first about our elementary schools. And what we're doing here is we're looking at our chronically absent students that remained up until the last day of school. You can see here that our highest population of chronically absent students at the elementary level is going to be our kindergarten children. Next is going to be 2nd grade, I believe, and then followed by 1st grade. So what we see here is a trend. Our lower grades, kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade, represent the highest population of chronically absent children. After that, we're going to see a pairing of 4th and 5th grade being our moderate range, and that makes sense. I'm starting to get older. I'm starting to make decisions as a child. I'm starting to look forward to middle school, and so absenteeism can be an issue. Our grade level with the lowest level of chronically absent children is going to be our 3rd grade, right in the middle. If we go to our next slide, I think this is one that will spark interest, and I'm excited about this slide. This is the decrease of chronically absent children from last school year, 23-24, to this school year, 24-25. And so that first column is going to show you our elementary schools. Next to that is going to be 23-24, the number of chronically absent children. So to clarify, this is not the number of absences. This number represents actual children. Beside that is going to be 24-25, so the school year we just concluded. And I'm happy and very pleased to report that 14 of our schools dropped significantly in chronic absenteeism, and even Roger Bell did not increase. They broke even at 0%. So this is a major step forward. Overall, elementary schools' chronically absentee rate dropped by almost 40% in 1 year. And remember, about 2 slides prior, the goal is to drop by 50% in 5 years. This went from 1,069 students to approximately 642 elementary students. Multiple schools saw 50% or more drops. That would include Bangert, Creekside Elementary, Oaks Road, WJG, and JT Barber. These drops highlight impactful and very intentional school-based strategies. They heard the call and very much addressed this statewide concern. We recognize that this is not the finish line. We are still dealing with chronic absenteeism here at 642 elementary students. That shows us that this is a very long-term and complex problem, and so this data is just the starting point to what we will do moving forward. If we go to our middle schools, the first slide, very similar, if we go one, thank you so much, shows us that our highest population that deals with chronic absenteeism is going to be our grade 6 students. That seems realistic, especially when we talk about our kindergarten coming into the elementary school. I'm having a difficult time. 6th grade, I'm having a difficult time transitioning into middle school. Our second highest population in middle school who are chronically absent is going to be our 8th grade. 8th grade, which makes sense because we're high school bound. We're starting to get ready for our next step. And then the lowest area of chronic absenteeism is going to be grade 7, which absolutely matches what we saw in elementary school with our grade 3, middle of the road. The next slide is the one I'm sure you're looking forward to see. So this is the 5 middle schools across the district and what happened with chronic absenteeism for the 24-25 school year. You will note here that all felt a significant decrease in chronic absenteeism. And I will tell you these numbers, we went and checked these numbers repeatedly, over and over and over again. And when I saw numbers as high as I did in some areas, I even called one principal and said, I need you to come behind me and check. And we were able to look at some things. So these numbers have been kind of meticulously looked at. So Tucker Creek Middle School led the way from middle schools, 61.36% decrease in chronic absenteeism from 132 students down to 51. 3 schools posted reductions over 50%. That would be Tucker Creek, Havelock Middle School, and HJ Middle School. All 5, again, schools made meaningful progress, and overall the district decrease in chronic absent children is down 48%. So again, challenge is not over, but this does show very deep intentional work happening in our middle grades. Our final slide is going to be, or not final, but our next grade span is going to be high schools. Their calculation looks a little bit different, and that's because they do not do daily attendance. I just want to make sure children are in classes and attendance is taken in every period. So in this case, we need to look at absences across all 4 periods and then compare that to how many classes they would have taken, times it, divide, do all the fun things, and come up with that formula. So here, 9th grade has the highest number of chronically absent students at 138. That is going to follow by 11th grade, then into 10th grade, and 12th grade does have a few, not very many, so I do want to make sure I point that out. Similar to middle school, 9th graders face transition challenges, and that's why we often see 9th grade academies over the summer to kick children off and coming into the high school. Again, we see very low numbers in 12th grade, and that is likely because, 1, I see the finish line. I'm ready, and I might also be dually enrolled. And so I am maybe not physically in the building, but I am in a class, perhaps at the community college. The slide next is going to show our percentage of drop. Craven Early College saw a 22% drop in chronic absenteeism. And so people think, well, why would they have chronic absenteeism? these schools deal with it just like everybody deals with it. And so you can see their drop went down from 9 to 7. Early College East saw 17 down to 12, and then you can see our traditional high schools there. Overall, I do want to shout out Havelock High School with a substantial decrease, 61.5%. And then overall, our high school decrease from 1304 to 776 is a decrease of 40% in our secondary high schools. Okay. Finally, if we look at Craven County schools as a whole, perfect, thank you so much. K-5 is seeing about 11.8% of the total population is chronically absent up until the last day of school. Our middle schools, which would represent 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, 16.8% of the population is classified as chronically absent up until the last day of school. And then grades 9 through 13, it goes up a little bit more in our high school. 20.5% is our highest grade span in chronically absent. So if we put 10 high school students in front of us, 20% of those, 2 of those students in that 10 are going to be chronically absent. So this trend highlights that absenteeism tends to worsen with middle school and high school, signaling critical periods for targeted interventions, which our schools have been actively doing all school year long. And then we also need to address early prevention in elementary school, particularly in our very low grades. Perhaps people don't realize how intense kindergarten, first grade, and second grade now is. It is not what it used to be, even when we were in school. The next slide is going to show you overall. We've already showed you the grade spans. Elementary saw 39.95% reduction. Our high schools, 40.34, and then the highest reduction in chronically absent children belongs to our middle schools at 48.18%. Overall, in one academic year, Craven County Schools has seen a decrease in 42% in chronically absent children. It's very exciting to see these numbers. Every school embraced the important work. We are absolutely reconnecting students, reestablishing the routines, removing barriers. And from elementary through high school, we are seeing meaningful gains in all areas of their life. And so we're very excited to report those numbers. What I'm going to do as this journey continues is I'm going to turn the microphone over to Nurse Forsyth, who's going to talk to you more about truancy in our district.
Good morning. I wanted to give you a little bit of historical data before I jump into the truancy data. First of all, it has taken team efforts to get here. We have family support teams in our schools that are multidisciplinary, that have worked very hard around attendance and making sure that our students are in school so that they can get the academics that they need. I did want to share real briefly just year-over-year data with attendance referrals, and I'm going to focus on the social worker because that's the data that I have. I did want to say that in school year 23-24, there were 1,129 attendance referrals. In school year 24-25, we had 2,867 with a 60% increase. So you will see as the referrals have gone up, you've seen the numbers with chronic absenteeism, but with all the efforts that have happened, you've seen a decline in the number of students and the percentage of students that are chronically absent. The other piece of data I'd like to share with you is back in February when Dr. Battle and our team shared with you, we provided you first and second grading period of open truancy cases. First and second grading period, we had 64 open truancy cases. Third and fourth grading period, we have 135, which I'm going to tag into this right now, with around a 53% increase. So with that said, let's look at our open truancy cases that we have. So this is obviously a subset of the chronically absentee data that Dr. Ballard provided. So there are 135 total truant student district-wide cases that are open out of 1,860 chronically absent students. This basically means that 25% of our chronically absent students are currently involved in truancy. And the total truant student population represents 4.2% of all of our enrolled students. When you break that down into grade span, and you look at the K-5 population, there were currently 36 truant students out of 5,420 enrolled, with 642 that were chronically absent. And so this, Dr. Boutwell did a really good job in explaining the difference between chronically absent and truant, so you can see the number versus the number that are enrolled. And if you look at our middle school, 76 students are truant out of 2,632 that are enrolled, which is the top 17.2% of our chronically absent middle school students are currently involved in truancy court. And this is the highest percentage above all our grade spans, which she mentioned earlier. And then if you look at our high school and beyond, 23% of our students are truant out of 3,791 that are enrolled, with only a 3% chronically absent high school students that are involved in truancy. So overall, you can see that truancy it's still there, but it is a subset of the chronically absent data that we currently have within our district. And I'll turn it back over.
Thank you. Okay, we will shift gears just a little bit and then certainly open up for any questions. So moving into disciplinary data, I do want to share that this is going to be February to May. This is not, we gave you the data in a previous presentation up until January, so this is not a full scope. This is February through May. The next slide is going to show you elementary schools for February 25 to May 25. The top 5 infractions remained the same. So aggressive behavior did drop from dropped to 23.7%, and you can see what it was in the first presentation we provided to you. Bus misbehavior increased slightly. Disruptive behavior increased slightly. Inappropriate behavior, and then disrespect to faculty and staff remained relatively equal. So again, the same top infractions all year, and because we often get this question, the inappropriate use of technology or cell phones, cyberbullying, anything of that nature is not a current top 5 or really top 10 area of concern for our elementary schools. If we go to middle school, again, the same top 5 infractions that we've seen all year. Disruptive behavior, disrespect of faculty and staff actually went down. Aggressive behavior up slightly, inappropriate behavior up slightly, and insubordination went down to 8.4%, down from 10%. So again, same top infractions that we have seen. Cell phone obviously increases a little bit at the middle school level because we get a cell phone, right? So cell phone use accounted for about 2.2% of infractions by this time last year for our middle school, so in comparison. High schools, the top 7 infractions would have been excessive tardies, which actually went down, which is really good news considering this is the time of year, February to May, where the weather starts getting really nice. And so that was actually down. Cutting class went up slightly. Cell phone use down from 10% at 6.9%, which I thought was exciting. Insubordination was slightly down. Skipping school was up a little bit, and that's new. That did not appear in the top infractions in our previous presentation, so that does kind of all speak to the cutting class. Disruptive behavior down from 7.2, and then late to class went down as well, so that was really great. They're getting to school, or getting to class from point A to point B faster. All right, so looking at Craven County Schools as a whole for our next slide, you'd be so kind, thank you so much. District-wide, our largest areas of concern that remained all year long and therefore will be a focus of ours to really talk about and look into for next school year is going to be aggressive behavior, number 1. And I want to kind of really quickly just explain aggressive behavior, disruptive behavior, inappropriate behavior. Those all 3 could be the same thing. It really is the interpretation of the teacher working through that referral. So what is aggressive behavior to me could be disruptive behavior to another school. And so just kind of keep that in mind. Sometimes when we hear the word aggressive behavior, we kind of go to the worst. That could be just a level of disrespect that required a referral. Insubordination would be 4th highest. Bus misbehavior at 6.3%. And then our final top 6 would be disrespect of faculty and staff at 6.1%. So although this data does cover incidents from February to May, these are the top categories that have remained relatively consistent each month with slight fluctuations. This stability allows us to really talk about potential behavior goals as a district and school by school for 25-26. And I believe that takes us to our last slide, which will allow us to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions or comments for Dr. Bartwell? Okay. Ms. Stacy?
Okay, so I did have one question from somebody out listening this morning, and can you clarify, when we define chronically absent, that also includes excused absences, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So chronically absent means I am not in the building, but it could be for a lawful or an unlawful, excused or unexcused reason. A great example might be a child who's unfortunately going through medical treatments.
Right.
And they need to be home, but it's not necessarily a homebound case. They might miss multiple days at school that tip them over into a chronically absent because they are missing instruction. So they are chronically absent, but we know that child's situation, and that's absolutely a medical excuse for what's going on for them. We would not take that child to truancy court. We know their situation.
Right. I think this is a staff person who does know, though, that there are certain parents who regularly come in with excuses as to why the child was out Monday and Friday, right? So we're taking a long weekend, and we're constantly coming in with an excuse. And I can understand why staff become frustrated with that. So thank you for that clarification. Can you also clarify, I know one of the issues that I hear from our friends at elementary is that routinely we have situations where we have parents who want to pick up their child too early, right? And not only does that make things difficult for our principals who are trying to get everybody out of the building in a timely and safe and effective way, but it also, in some cases, when it is happening routinely, means that that child is deprived of that learning at the end of the day, which matters as much as the learning that we're trying to get done earlier in the day.
Absolutely. And I'm sure my colleagues behind me and throughout the room would tell you that our schools are working bell to bell. I have literally been walking down a hallway at the end of the day, and the end of the day happens, and you'll hear some children go, no, because they want to keep doing what they're doing. When we take a child out, even 15 minutes early, that's not pack-up time. And I think that might be the perception for some. That is instructional time. Now that, depending on what is happening in the school day, that might be a subject that a parent doesn't necessarily understand. But instruction is happening from the moment that bell rings, literally during breakfast. They're starting to learn. And then all the way until that final bell. So they are missing vital time if we check them out.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you. I mean, when I knew things that were, I knew from sitting in truancy court that things were getting better, right? Because you can see in real time that really forcing the issue leads to better outcomes. Our kids are coming to school. And so I am so excited about the improvements that we've made, and I'm looking forward to more. I know a number of our principals have goals that they want to meet in their schools in terms of what their attendance is, and I think that's awesome, and I applaud that, and I do so for two reasons, and I just want to highlight them. One, it is really important to each and every child, right? We're all about each and every child. This is really important for our kids at the elementary level to learn to read by 3rd grade, right? And we have to have them in the building in order to make that happen. Plus, we get the opportunity to feed them. And there are a lot of other things that happen while they're in that building. So it's really important, first, to each and every child. And secondly, it's incredibly important to our district as a whole and to each school, because all of their grades, as long as we are forced to use the grading methodology that DPI forces upon us, it includes all of our students, right? So they're all taking the OGs, and we are going to rise or fall in terms of our performance as each individual school and as a district based on how those students perform. And and we know that they perform better when they're when they're attending school. So this is really, really important, and I really applaud everybody's work on it. I know it's a team effort. So thank you.
Any other comments about the yes, Ms. Kitzinger, you have the floor.
I don't have any questions, but the comment you made about how students are working through breakfast, that's something that I thought about after I said that, I was excited about traditional breakfast possibly coming back, especially at the elementary age, because they literally come in and there's breakfast on their desks or whatever, and they are doing their morning work while they're eating their breakfast if they choose to eat it or not, and I'm excited for them to be able, that does teach them a skill of multitasking, which I think is important to an extent, but also the ability to not have to do that is going to be able to get them to focus on their work. But also, I think it's also important to mention that there are cutoff times during the day, and I think you alluded to this, or Ms. Stacy alluded to it, but if you check your student out at 11:30 or 12, and they're not there for half the day, a lot of parents don't realize that not being there for half the day is an absence. And so that's happened to me before. I'm like, gosh, I'm 2 minutes early. He's absent if I'm checking him out. They're missing a lot of instruction time. And then additionally, last year when we added the 20 minutes to the school day, a concern that a lot of us had was, are those 20 minutes going to be instructional time? And I think I even might have said out loud, are we just going to use that for pack-up time in the afternoons? And you would be surprised how quickly and efficiently these teachers can get an entire room of rowdy children to stop what they're doing and pack up their things. I mean, they do it in the blink of an eye, and it's astounding to me. It doesn't take them 10 minutes. It takes them maybe 2 minutes, and I don't know how they do it. Teachers are a species of their own, honestly, and it's wild to me. So you're right, absolutely right, that they're not using the last 15 minutes to pack up. They might be, having a couple of kids who are done with their work, starting to clean up this area over here, helping them do something, and the other kids are finishing their work. But I am happy to know and to say that the 20 minutes that we've provided additional to each day are not being used frivolously, and that it is instructional time, and I think it's being used wisely, and I think it was the right decision. And that's all, really. I'm sorry, I went on a tangent. But thank you. I'm very, very proud of the work that our district has done, and I think that the decrease in absences is incredible. It's very heartwarming. I don't know if that's the right word, honestly. It really is.
Has enjoyed looking into this and diving deep, and certainly we appreciate Ms. Lee for really bringing this out into the forefront and pushing us in that.
Are there any other comments? I would like to say, pardon me, that we saw, because we saw it by school, that there were improvements at every single school in our attendance, and so it would be really an interesting thing to hear some of the methods that were being used at our schools to improve attendance. But I do know, or I think I know, one thing is for sure, that the word on the street is that Craven County Schools and our parents and our teachers and our community, we want our children in school, and we expect them to be in school, and we're going to do what we have to do, our part, to make sure they are here. And I think that the attendance numbers that Dr. Boutwell just showed are part of that story. It was very eye-opening to see that we went from 3,226 chronically absent children down to 1,860, a 40% or a little better than 40%. But there's another way that I looked at that number, and I said, wow, there were 1,366 children who were in school more than what they had been before, and that is incredible. And that's just the effort of the staff of this entire district, and really I would say also this board for supporting the
the hard work that goes into improving our attendance. So thank everybody in this room, not in this room, in the community or in our homes, for your part and for the part that you have played in that. And of course, we would expect, we all won't know this until October when the state allows our academic performance to be issued with us and the public. We also don't know it yet, but we would expect with such an improvement in attendance and hopefully an improvement in our behavior and discipline as well, I think we will see that when we see the academic performance of this district as well. So thank you so much, Dr. Boutwell, for sharing all that good news with us. Thank you, Nurse Forsythe, for sharing that good news with us. And so we don't need to approve anything there. It was an information update, but thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Stacy.
I just want to add one thing, since you raised this. Specifically, I want to thank the principals and administrators who spent many hours. I think our last court date, Nurse Forsythe was not there, but we were there from, let's see, Counselor, I think about 9:30 till after, well, the probation folks were there till after 5. So it was a very long day, and unfortunately that's what it takes, is a lot of time away from the school building, which is one of the challenges that we have here. But there are specific ways that, and I'm just going to do a shout out to Dr. Wallace here because she's made huge strides at her school, and one of the things that she does is she has an attendance board for her students where she keeps a list of those classrooms that have perfect attendance, and they have prizes and those kinds of things to reward that, and I think that that is one example of the creative ways that our principals are trying to ensure that we continue to work on addressing this problem. So I just want to thank them for their leadership in their buildings.
Certainly, and I do, that's beautiful. We get the beautiful, we pull numbers. We are not in the school doing this really hard work, and so I do want to just shout out, we have a laundry list of things that they have been doing across all grade spans, and it's really great. They've worked incredibly hard this year, teachers as well.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask Nurse Forsythe to present the athletic training contract with the board.
So today I'm coming before you with the Emergis Athletic Trainers Contract Proposal. This is an actionable action item for the board. I want to just briefly let you know some of the criteria or content that's in this contract. Should you vote and approve it today, this contract would go into effect on August 1 of 2025 through May the 15th of 2026. This contract would approve 3 full-time licensed athletic trainers for our traditional high schools, New Bern High School, West Craven High School, and Havelock High School. The contract is not to exceed $245,000 for this year. The athletic trainers would work directly under the athletic directors of each of our high schools with a responsibility to cover athletics. First, those that are required by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, which are football and home wrestling. Those take a priority, and then other sports that may fall into place during the school year. But those 2 sports, because of the general statute and requirement, take priority for the trainers. Do you have any questions for me around this contract?
Yes, Ms. Daisy.
Okay, Nurse Forsythe, so we did this last year, and we had to do it in a kind of a time crunch because you had expected to have a contract with some folks over at Carolina East, and they decided they weren't going to do that anymore, and that's when you turned to Emergis, as I recall, correct? For this current budget year, you managed the contract, so your actual spending was what?
So, we actually did a savings of $44,751.91 from the current contract. The previous contract was written and approved as follows: not to exceed $223,236. The difference in the current contract that I'm bringing before you today and the previous contract is at West Craven High School, their athletic trainer worked part-time. And then we had a sub-trainer that came in and filled in the difference. Dr. Monroe and Mr. Bennett and myself have interviewed two for West Craven High School. So West Craven High School will have full-time coverage, just like New Bern High School and Havelock High School. So that's why
That's the increase.
That's the increase as a result of last year.
Okay. But who is essentially, I mean, you're saying that they're full-time, but this is not a circumstance where athletic trainers are being paid to have dinner with the team, correct?
No, they're paid to cover the practice and the games. And then they do work with students who have had injuries prior to practice and games around wrapping, etc. The other piece that they're required to do, there is reporting. So if you have a student who has a known concussion, there is quite a bit of paperwork or return to play, and it has to be reported. So there is some administrative requirements, but their priority is to be at practice and be at games to cover students should they become injured.
And at this point in this market, is there any other provider who offers this service?
When we went to reach out for the contract, and Ms. Lee remembers what a sense of urgency we had last year.
Correct.
We literally had less than 2 weeks to work with an agency to get all the background checks done, to bring it before the board for approval, and to get them at football practice before it started.
Right.
And we had to call a special call meeting as a result of that. And we did reach out to 2 other agencies, and they could not provide us the level of service that we need. And Emergis is the only agency that can provide us the level of licensed athletic trainers that we need in our high schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason to approve this contract. I have a second from Ms. Gibbs. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, I would ask Mr. Stout to please take a roll call vote.
Ms. Jennifer Dacey,
No.
Ms. Amy Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman,
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger,
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Lori Spees.
Yes. Thank you, Nurse Forsythe. This time, I'd like to call Dr. Sellers up to give us information on the Edmentum contract. And this is also an item that we are seeking approval on.
Good morning. I am here seeking approval for the Edmentum contract, specifically for Ed Options, which is our platform that we use or the company that we use to service our students in the virtual academy. We also use this for initial credit courses for other students, and then also for credit recovery, which is a courseware.
Are there questions for Dr. Sellers?
Motion to approve.
I have a question from Ms. Dacey.
Okay, so I wanted a little clarification. I'm trying to pull it up here. So I can't see the bottom line on this one. Okay, so the total is $473,904, but this, as I understood it last week, this is just for the CVA portion. Is that correct? not include credit recovery.
So no, go ahead. No, come on.
So, the credit recovery part is about $30,000, and it does not have to come to the board.
Okay.
That includes, what this includes is all of the coursework for Edmentum, for CVA, as well as, we use it for alternative learning in some spaces where
Right.
kids have been homebound.
Right.
If they need to be homebound or long-term suspended, we
Right.
can put them on, courseware. We use the other for the credit recovery when they're just trying to close some gaps.
Okay, so
Not for
then
fresh credit.
this covers CVA and the alternative learning program.
So I misspoke on credit
Okay.
recovery. It's courseware.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
And maybe for the benefit of the public who, if you've been following the budget work recently, there was a portion of the I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce, I get tongue-tied every time, that recommended a $300,000 reduction in our Edmentum services or software. This is not that. So this is currently pretty level, I understand, to what we are spending, and so.
And actually, they have included this year more of the things that we paid extra for last year, such as coaching, success coaches. We paid extra for that last year. This is included in this one this year.
Okay, thank you for that
Just
clarification.
so you know, that contract means that we will not overspend.
Yeah.
This year we did come in a little.
Thank you. So, are there any other questions for Dr. Sellers? And if none, I would entertain a motion to accept the contract as presented.
Motion.
I have a motion from Ms. Davis. Do I have a second? I have a second from Vice Chairman Mason. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, I would ask Mr. Stout to please take a roll call vote.
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Lori Spees?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Sellers.
Thank you.
We moved 3 contract items from the consent agenda, and unless the board has another preference, I would move us to go into those 3 contracts before Dr. Boone comes before. So one is going to be the school board trust insurance, and this is I'm not sure. Mr. Lee, are you going to share some commentary on any of this?
Yes, ma'am. These are the trust insurance policies that the board takes out to protect you. One's for workers' comp, one's for automobile, and one's for risk management. This has been in place for years, and it's insurance protection for yourself, for the board. There's a lot more I could go into, but that's a nutshell what it's about.
Thank you. And so this is also typically kind of a standard type of offering. It's not as though we have the option to bid that service out or anything, but we've removed it from the consent agenda because we do have a board member who has to recuse themselves from the vote on that. So at this time, I would yes, Mr. Gatchell. Did you hear that, Ms. Nolder? Okay. So I would entertain a motion to approve the contract for the North Carolina School Board's trust insurance. I have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Kitzinger. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote excluding Ms. Dacey?
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Laura Kitzinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Royce Peace.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee. The next item is the CTE budget. And at this time, I would ask Ms. Tolson if she could come give us a presentation or information on that.
There we are. Good morning, Board. So today I bring to you the CTE budget for the coming school year, 25-26. I have a short presentation. If you'll go to the next slide, please. So the local application system is a tool that is used by all PSUs in the state of North Carolina to deliver high-quality, high-performing CTE programs, services, and activities. Each year, CTE for the PSU is required to submit to NCDPI a local application for CTE. This is a 2-year cycle. Last year was the cycle where we submitted the application. So this school year, we are just seeking approval from you for the current budget that's coming. The numbers that we are given to us by DPI. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have multiple budgets that we use in CTE. This one is PRC 13, which is a state budget, and this determines how many months of employment that we are allowed to have to decide how many positions we offer in Craven County Schools. We saw a decrease for the coming school year. Our months of employment in PRC 13 is based on the PSU's ADM. It's not based on CTE enrollment. It's based on the number of students in grades K through 12. Well, actually, CTE is based on the number of students in grades 8 through 13. So, with that being said, I have just delineated by area how many positions we have at each school and at the district level. So we have a total of 567 months that we are allotted for the next school year, and we have a plan for 563 months for positions, and that leaves us an excess of about 4 months because that's not a full position. So we have the option to roll that over into another PRC to use for instructional funds. Next slide. So PRC 14 is our state funding, and PRC 17 is our federal funding. Did we miss the slide? Yeah, go back a little bit, I think. I think it's the slide that has the numbers. You see it? There it is. Okay. So this lays out how much funding we received last year by each PRC and this year. And the total you see for each is a little off because in PRC 14, we do not receive our tuition fees until approximately October. And that amount is based on the number of students enrolled in a credential-bearing course. That funding is used for credential-bearing only. This current school year, past school year, we received approximately $98,000, $99,000. That could go up, it could go down, just depends on enrollment in those particular courses. But you do see in PRC 13 a decrease in funding, and then in PRC 17, federal, we actually saw a little bit of an increase. They don't give us the formula they use. They say, here's your amount to expect. Next slide, please. We reviewed that one. And then this just lays out how we use our particular funding, what we use it for, state dollars and federal dollars. Next slide. I think that is all. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions for Ms. Tolston? Yes, Ms. Dacey.
Okay, so just one. I just want to clarify. So you're saying ADM impacts that PRC 014 on slide 3?
It does.
Okay. All right, so we've got this weird thing happening where we have an increase in, we've got all this discussion about how important CTE courses are in the wider world, and we've got federal money increasing, but we're getting less state funding.
I questioned that myself, and the response I received was it's due to the amount of funding the state has given to the charter schools. It's affecting overall ADM. I suspected, because we have seen a decrease in ADM over the last few years, and DPI had held us harmless up until this year. So I suspected that my decrease was based solely on our decrease in ADM. But when I looked at our region, New Hanover and Brunswick, which are both growing substantially, also saw a decrease.
Right.
So then I
So
questioned.
That's interesting. When you question, then that was the response. It's, well, we're giving so much to charters that we're not going to help you as much either.
Right. Even those that are growing are
Okay.
seeing decreased funding.
Right. So, always good to benchmark with our neighbors, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful to know.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Tolston? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the 25-26 CTE budget.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Vice Chairman Mason. Is there any additional discussion on this topic? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Laura Kinsinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Lori Spees?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. The third item that we moved and the last item that we moved from the consent agenda was on the painting bids. And I'm not sure who's, Mr. Lee, are you going to? We moved it to the consent agenda so that you'd have to come back to the podium as one last hurrah.
Approved the plan, and you see the amounts there, and the low bid was Cal Painting at $53,000. So we're asking for approval on that one, and we'll bring the Tucker one back whenever it's appropriate.
Okay, so we're only seeking approval on the second portion of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there questions, comments for Mr. Lee on this? Yes,
We're only
Vice Chair.
We're only seeking approval on the Ben Quinn one, not the Tucker Creek. Is that what we're saying?
That's correct.
Yes, because you'll have to decide on colors and things like that. So we'll bring that back later. Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Lee? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the painting bid for the second portion of the bid that's presented here.
Motion.
Have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Ms. Davis. Is there any additional discussion on this? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kinsinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Lori Spees?
Yes. Thank you. At this time, I would call Dr. Boone to come give us an update, an informational update on teacher attrition.
Good morning, Board, members of the public, all stakeholders. Today, I'm very excited to talk to you all about the teacher attrition data for the 23-24 school year. But because many of you are new to the board and may have not heard this presentation before, you may be wondering, why are we talking about 23-24 in 2025? So I wanted to give you a short overview and then talk about our data. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay. So, the North Carolina General Statute requires that the State Board of Education monitors the state of the teaching profession and school administrations through an annual report that they do. Okay? It is in the State of Teaching Profession report, but I just wanted to identify what the State Board of Education is required to do. And you will see that on that slide it is underlined that the SBE stands for the State Board of Education, shall monitor and compile an annual report on the state of the teaching profession and school administrative professions in the state of North Carolina. It is referred to the annual report on the state of the teaching profession, and it is linked to the NCDPI website. Next slide, please. So what does this report do? It includes all of the annual data on attrition, which you may have heard before as turnover, but the state moved away from the term turnover and moved to attrition. For every local public school unit, also referred to previously as an LEA, all over North Carolina, there are 115 that they seek data on every year. So, one of the reasons that you are hearing about 23-24 data in 2025 is because the report monitors data between 2 school years. It goes from March to March annually. I have no idea why they do that from March to March, even though you're pulling basically 2 years of school data in one report. But it does go from that period. So from March, this data will be inclusive of any attrition that has taken place in the LEA or all over the state from March 1st, 2023 to March 1st, 2024. Okay? And it measures not only attrition and turnover for school districts and the state, but it also measures mobility, which is basically movement within a specific school district. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Reason codes. And this will become a little bit more specific as I start talking about resignations. But there are 28 reason codes that PSUs or LEAs use to code their attrition data. So previously members of the board and members of the public, if you have ever seen a resignation through Craven County Schools through our resignation survey, when someone decides to resign, they must pick a reason, okay? There are 28. And then the state lumps those into 5 categories. Specifically, if someone stays in the teaching profession and goes to another PSU or another LEA, for instance, if they leave our county and go to another county. Teachers who have left the PSU for personal reasons, maybe they're going back to school, they have decided that teaching is not for them. Teachers who were terminated by the PSU, that would include most of your dismissals. Teachers who left the PSU or the LEA beyond the LEA's control, that could include death. It could include military transfer, meaning that they had to leave and that is not up to us, okay? And lastly, teachers who leave the PSU for other reasons not listed as above. And so what we have in our resignation survey is a list of all of these reasons, and then when the person decides to resign, they specifically choose that reason. Sometimes it's truthful, sometimes it is not. We found out over the years. And then that information is submitted into our HRMS system. And then what happens is that is recorded to the state, and the state sends that data back for us to verify. Next slide, please. So, just to be a little bit more specific, because sometimes people do not understand who is included and who's not included in attrition and turnover. So I want to provide the next 2 slides so that you all were aware of who's exactly included in this report, okay? So teachers who retire, while they earn the right to retire and leave, they must resign in order to do so. So they actually count against the district's data because technically they're not teachers anymore. They're retirees. Okay? Teachers who leave CCS to go to another public school district or LEA, because of course they're resigning from us, they are also included in these numbers. Teachers who are dismissed or resign for any other reason, they're also included in this data. This one is unusual, and a lot of people do not understand it, but teachers who take non-instructional positions in the LEA. So for instance, if Miss Davis, there is a great English teacher, and she applies to be an assistant principal. Sounds like a growth opportunity, right? And even though it is, she's no longer a teacher. So that also counts against us. So sometimes, even though we have great leadership opportunities for people, and we've had coaches and specialists and things like that, they actually count against our data because they're no longer quote-unquote teachers anymore. Next slide. Staff who's not included in this data, okay? Teachers who move from one school to another school. So if Mr. Kirkland decides that I'm at Creekside Elementary and K2 is just not doing it for me and I want to go to H.J. McDonald and teach 6th grade math, that's called mobility. Okay, he's moving from school to school, but he still remains a teacher within the LEA. So that does not count against us. But they do actually track mobility and see how many people move from one school to another. Okay? Teachers who are on approved leave, such as FMLA, any type of long-term or short-term disability, and workman's comp that may extend while waiting on some type of disability claim, they are also not counted in attrition because they're technically still tied to the LEA until some type of resignation occurs. Okay? Next slide. So I just previously spoke of this, but I want the board to be aware of how this process actually works. So the employee resigns and indicates their reason for leaving the district, whether it's retiring, whether it's going back to school, whether it's a financial situation, whatever the reason is, they identified on the resignation survey. And that is why it is so important that we have people complete that. We get letters all the time saying, I'm resigning or I'm leaving, and we redirect them back to the resignation survey because it is specifically ties to why they leave the LEA. If they don't mention it in any type of email or note or anything, we just kind of have to put a reason there because there has to be a reason. So it is so important when we ask people, when we receive a resignation like that, that we redirect them and ask them to complete the resignation survey so that we can gather that data. Okay? Once that data is gathered and entered into the Human Resource Management System, also called HRMS, the state pulls the list of employees who no longer work for us, and then they send that back through the state payroll system for verification. So for instance, if someone tells a fib and they're not honest, and I'm gonna pick on Ms. Kitzinger. So if Ms. Kitzinger does not want to be honest and say, I'm leaving Craven County Schools to go to Pitt County, she can just put other reasons as the reason she's leaving. Because she's going to another LEA, by the time we get that data back, it's going to say that she went to Pitt County Schools, and they're going to send paperwork for us. So that's why it's very important for people to be honest, because when people go to other LEAs, or in the same, people leave other LEAs and come to us, their leave and all that stuff has to be transferred. So it's very important for people to be honest so that that data is not skewed when the actual attrition report comes to us for verification. Dr. Dawson and I pull the preliminary report, and we make any data adjustments, and then we send that back to the data scientists at ENC-DPI. Next slide. Okay. So the results of the report, we're looking good, okay? So I want to talk about a little bit of the state data, and then I'm going to talk about Craven County Schools data. The attrition rate for the state of North Carolina decreased from 11.4, for those of you that knew, not this past year, but the year before that, the data went up dramatically for teacher attrition in our state, but it decreased a little bit from 11.4 to 9.9. A reduction in 26% of teachers leaving after their first year. That's why it's so important to the Office of Human Resources that we support our beginning teachers, because trend data did show that a lot of teachers were leaving after their first year. And the ENC vacancy rate increased while Craven County Schools decreased. Just want to add that in there. The vacancy rate for the state overall increased and went from 6.4 to 7.6. Next, you can go 2 slides, Antoine. Okay, so I wanted to show how we compared. I'm very excited about our data. Teacher attrition has been a problem not only in the state but in the country. Miss Daisy said earlier that she liked seeing that we compare ourselves with other districts, and of course we do that. The Southeast region, which we usually do our comparisons with, has 12 districts. The state overall rate was 9.9, and the regional rate for the Southeast region was 11.2. The goal for us is always to be lower than the state rate, but the state has 115 districts that they can use to use their comparable rate, while we only have 12 within our region, and we have one, of course, for our district. So if you can look here, what I decided to do was show a range from the 22-23 data to the 23-24 data. And if you look here, I decided to show the comparison rate, but also out of the 12 districts, over half of the districts in our region went up in teacher attrition rate. We did not. The ones that have the arrows going up, Carteret, Duplin, Brunswick, Jones, Pender, and Onslow all had an increase in teacher turnover or attrition. And the ones that you do not see the arrows for, Lenore, Greene, New Hanover, Wayne, and Craven, did not have an increase. If you look at Craven's numbers, we actually stayed steady, and the other 5 decreased in small amounts. So that data is looking good for us. One of the things I'm very proud of is that over my tenure here, and I'm going into my 3rd year of data, Dr. Dawson and I have worked with our principals, we have worked with our staff on ways that we can continually decrease teacher turnover. 2 years ago, we drastically dipped. Last year, we went up slightly to 1.9, while the entire state rate went up over 4%. And then this year, we are very happy to report again that we have not increased, and we think that's a very good thing when over half of the districts in our surrounding area have gone up. Next slide. Another part of the attrition report is the vacancy rate. And I don't know how many of you know about this, but at the beginning of the year, we have to keep a running report of how many vacancies we have for the first 10 days of school and the first 40 days of school. We have to report those vacancies to DPI, and they publish those all in that report. And if you see there, out of our region, again, comparing, we were 4 out of 12. So our vacancy rate drastically decreased from previous years, meaning that we did not have as many vacancies once school started during those first 40 days. And we're very happy to report that. And if you can see there, again, we're lower than the state rate at the 40-day mark. The state rate was 7.6%, and we were at 5.9 overall, but 4th out of our regional area. Next. Okay. So this gives you an overall view of the breakdown for the reason codes to let you know what that balance is out of 100%. So in this data, it said that when we were sent the data back, there were 777 teachers. We had 100 leave the district. And then you see here by percent are all of the reason codes. So we had 0 initiated by the LEA. 18% were other. Beyond the LEA control is significantly higher, 36%. And then personal reasons were almost half of the reasons that people left. Next. A new part of the attrition report, it shows which school districts we have attracted across from North Carolina. So I thought this was very interesting, so I wanted to provide that data, because many people think that we just kind of shift from, local, the local region within our 12 districts or districts close to us. But as you can see, we've attracted people across the state. Okay, Anson County Schools, Beaufort, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, Cleveland, a lot of western areas, Hertford in the east, Pamlico, Pender, Pitt, Randolph, and Wake County. So we've attracted a significant amount of teachers to our area. Next. Okay. Ways that we are combating attrition. You can go ahead to the next slide, Antoine. Thank you. Okay. One of the big ways that we are trying to support our teachers and keep them here was through just asking, what do you need? And the biggest thing that we saw was testing support. For those of you that don't know, alternative licensed teachers who come into the profession, most oftentimes not only have to go to school, but they have to complete a series of tests to become certified in the state of North Carolina. And that can be for someone who already has a license in another state, or if they just need to meet beginning teacher guidelines. But licensure testing is very expensive. I will just say off the top of my head, if anyone has to take the TPA testing portfolio, that's a $300 test. Most praxis series tests are $78 to $150. And then the Pearson test is $130. And depending on the area this person is in, they may be required to take 3 to 4 exams before they are completely licensed. So one of the things that we did was try to provide professional development in those areas. Dr. Dawson has worked very closely with ECU, and they actually came in, I think, was it 3 times, Dr. Dawson? 2 times last year, and provided elite training using this very room in Craven County Schools, but they offered first dibs to our staff to be able to do that. And of course, we wanted to target those who were in need, or maybe those who did not meet the quota by 1 or 2 points, and we have seen significant progress. We've also been working with a company called 240 that is providing testing support, and we have seen super huge numbers in that. As you can see there in number 2, just this year alone, we've had 77 successful attempts in testing, which means we have been able to give our teachers their money back for completing those tests. If you look there, the amount is $10,878 that otherwise our teachers would have had to come out of their pockets and pay for in regards to testing. Another is national board certification that helps with the salary. For those of you who don't know, national board certified teachers receive a 12% salary differential. And so we last year worked with Ms. Natalie Fabian to help provide support to teachers who were interested in pursuing national board certification. And then the state stepped in and tried to offer some reimbursement as well. At the time that we put this presentation together, we had 16 teachers who are currently working on their national boards, but over half of them have already received reimbursement totaling $8,075, which again, if not for that, would have been money that they had to come out and pay out of their pockets. Okay. Next. Questions about the attrition for 23-24?
Of the 77 successful testing outcomes, how many attempted?
All of them. We only reimburse if they successfully pass the exam. So all 77 of those people pass their exams.
Okay. Do we know how many of our people, though, actually tested? I realize they wouldn't be reimbursed if they didn't pass it, but do we know how many? Was that 100 people and 77 passed?
I would have to get those numbers back to you, Miss Peace, because some people attempted more than once, and I don't want to miscalculate. Sure. I can give you the exact numbers.
That's fine. Thank you.
Hmm?
Are there other questions for Dr. Boone? Questions? Anything? Ms. Stacy?
I just want to thank you, and I want to thank you specifically for pointing out what you're doing on the testing front to reimburse our teachers when they do what we need them to do.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for that.
So there's nothing that we need to approve today. This was an informational update, and we thank you, Dr. Boone, for giving us this update.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And this time, okay, we are, in a moment, we're going to take a break, but before we go into that break, in case this meeting's running a little longer than some thought, this is an important part of this meeting today, and I want to make sure that our guests are here in time. So today we acknowledge a very significant time for Craven County Schools as we share the news of the upcoming retirement of two of Craven County Schools' dedicated and impactful leaders. This month marks the final board work session. Go ahead, I see you back there. For the Lees, Mrs. Michelle Lee, the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and Mr. Stacy Lee, our Chief Officer of Systems and Operations. Between them, they have a combined 46 years of service to public education. And both are leaving a lasting legacy within our district. Their time in leadership has spanned critical phases of educational growth, operational change, and system-wide development over all those years, and even in the short term that this new board has been seated, we have seen a lot of that, and we appreciate it. As our final board work session draws to a close, we take this opportunity to recognize the dedication and the stability they have provided. Their responsiveness to board inquiries and commitment to organizational duties have helped maintain forward momentum in several important areas of our work. And as board members, we are especially grateful to both of you for your support and responsiveness in the most recent months. While there will be a void in our school district, we know that it is indeed leaving time. We celebrate this milestone with both of you, and we wish you happiness, great health, exciting new adventures, and well-earned relaxation in the next chapter. On behalf of the Craven County Board of Education and the entire Craven County Schools family, thank you for your extraordinary service to this district, and you will be missed. And at this time, I would like us to take a break, and our guests and members of the public who are here, we are going to have a little reception here before we come back from the break and finish up the rest of the business portion of the meeting. So we'll take at least we'll take a 20-minute break, 30-minute break. to go into the first read of several policies, the first one being Policy 1310, which is parental involvement. Most of these policies that are up here today, all actually except for the last one, 6420, all of the first ones are the most recent updates, recommendations, and requirements from the North Carolina School Boards Association. So that's also why there are so many this time. Can you, oh, thank you. So, does this have edits in it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think it's just in the references on this. So that first, I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Gatchell? Okay. Are there questions from the board?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. We can also take the slate, Mr. Gatchell, can we take the slate of policies and vote on them? Yes, that's right. We're not voting. I'm sorry. We are not voting. We are moving.
Just for review, to have an opportunity to take time.
Yes. Okay. So the second policy is Policy 1710. This is discrimination and harassment prohibited by federal law. Mr. Gatchell, is there any?
And again, this is exact similar substance.
Any discussion, comments on Policy 1710? Question? Not, we'll move to Policy 1720, which is Title IX, non-discrimination on the basis of sex.
Third verse, same as the first two. That's expression.
Correct, reflecting no changes in the first reads that we did. Questions or comments on Policy 1720? Is there any commentary you want to give us on that one, Mr. Gatchell?
All of these.
I'm hearing no changes to Policy 1720. Policy 1725, sexual harassment prohibited conduct and reporting process. Questions, comments, or changes to this policy? For the benefit of the public, on the screen, and if you're looking at the documents online, the changes to each policy are bulleted up there as a quick reference. And the board has had these policies and reviewed them, so hearing no changes to Policy 1725. Policy 1726, sexual harassment grievance process. Questions, comments, or changes to this policy? Also hearing no changes to Policy 1726. Policy 1735, bullying and harassing behavior prohibited. Questions, comments, changes to this policy as presented? Next is Policy 3420, student promotion and accountability. Questions, comments, or changes to this policy? Hearing none, we move to Policy 4023, pregnant and parenting students and employees. Any questions, comments, or changes to this policy? Hearing no changes to those first policies, I would entertain a motion that we move those first policies to a second read in the July meeting.
Motion.
I have a motion to move those to second read. I know I'm not finished with the last one yet. And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Gibbs. Is there any discussion about the policies that we just reviewed? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kissinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Royce Speed?
Yes, thank you. Last policy we have is Policy 6420, contracts with the board, which we moved, we had tabled, and then we moved back into a first reading this month. And again, this was a revision was made to limit the spending approval of the superintendent from $90,000, which is what it is currently set in our policy, to $25,000. And we had some discussion about this last month. And
I would like to suggest a modification to the modification and leave the superintendent's authority level at $90,000 and add a statement that any contracts from the previous month should be reported the next month. And that gives us the insight that we're looking for, and that puts us consistent with other districts throughout the state.
When this
That's a motion.
So, yes, Ms. Dacey, you have the floor.
So Ms. Mason has proposed to change, but I don't have a draft of what she has stated. I mean, there's no proposed amendment in a form that I can actually approve. And I would point out that if your motion, if your intent is to know what the superintendent is approving, you would want to know it the month before the expenditure is made as opposed to the month after the expenditure is made when there's no ability to pull it back.
So I would just note that this policy is back in a first read, so we are not trying to approve the policy today, but it is currently edited to show $25,000 approval limit, and so I would entertain the discussion with this board if we would like to revise that $25,000 limit to remain at the $90,000 or at some other limit. I'll also, just for the benefit of the public, when this policy first went into first read, it looked like this the last time. I did research this policy with some other school districts, 12 other school districts. similar in size, similar in geography, and there was only one other school district that had an approval limit for the superintendent below $90,000. It was Lenoir County, and I believe it was at $50,000. So I personally feel very comfortable with the $90,000, which is the current policy limit. So what is the motion to change the,
90,000.
Okay.
And a second motion where I would like to add some wording, and I'm doing it without the exact text, because I believe this board has done that over the past year. During first reading, allow suggestions, and then the text to be presented at the second reading.
yes, Mr. Gatchell? Mm-hmm.
I'm confused. It's not the only change. I agree, but my first thing is this policy has changes that we would accept, as well as the change that I don't want to accept. So how are we voting? Are we voting to accept all changes, or can we divide the changes into two votes?
So if there is not a motion on the floor, other than the wording, the motion was to go ahead, Mr. Gatchell. To modify the existing policy. And I guess I would just say that the request that Vice Chairman Mason is making is absolutely not unreasonable. I think, though, it is directed to more in how we direct the work of the superintendent in this effort, and I typically don't think that policy is the place where we direct kind of tactical assignments, but I think that the motion as it or the policy as it currently stands does not need revision. But I'm just one person. Yes. Is there a second to modify the policy to include direction to the superintendent on reporting monthly to the board? Did I say that? Is that true? Mm-hmm.
Just to clarify, we're just asking for the superintendent to inform us, just to give us.
Right, that's right.
That's all we're asking for that. So I second that.
Okay. I have a motion and a second from Ms. Gibbs. Is there any discussion or comments on that? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
No.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Lee Kirkman,
Yes.
Ms. Laura Kitzinger,
No.
Ms. Patty Mason. Yes. Ms. Laurie Spees.
No. Thank you. That's all we have on policy.
I have a question. So are we accepting all the edits to this policy as stated in the draft write-up?
That was the motion to keep it at the $90,000 and add the
Well, my
wording.
confusion is there's blue edits and red edits. So are we accepting all the blue and the red edits or not?
I don't think the blue, I don't know that they're actual edits. I think they are just links to reference.
No, they're not links.
Oh, okay. I think, yeah, there you go. They're links to the general statutes portions. The blue. The red are the edits. That's right. Yes, Ms. Daisy.
Mr. Gatchell, can you clarify how first and second read works, please? Isn't it true that we do first read and we don't need a vote in order to move things to second read?
We have no discussion of public input. Our next topic is in the chairman's report, is to talk about and update the status of the superintendent search. Mr. Gatchell, there's nothing else we need to do with the policy portion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the superintendent search is not live and underway yet, and the board has explored an option for a third party, an outside third party to facilitate that process with us, but some board members would also like us to explore more than just one option, and so at the pleasure of the board, we are going to we're going to table the superintendent search discussion, and in July, the board will come back and we'll have more information about what those other third-party options are. And it's not that necessarily the one that we have explored and heard from is not a good one. It's just we're going to look at a couple of others. So is there any comments or from the other board members on that? I want the public to know that it is a very urgent topic for this board, and it is very important to us, and that our number one priority right now is to make sure that we get behind a thorough search. And so we are doing something that our school district has not done before, and we are not in a hurry to get the right person in here. We just want to get the right person in here. So we appreciate the public's patience with us on this, but we'll be back in July with more information. I would like, as part of my chairman's report, I want to let the public know, if they don't, that our county commissioners board yesterday approved their 25-26 budget, and they did their part to support public schools, which to me is absolutely no surprise. And so I would like, I think I forwarded, there we go. I'd like to share this with the public. When you want to take a look at whether or not Craven County is committed to public education, I think this is a very good snapshot of it. I would point out that our ADM has declined, and again, and they have this year, or for the new year, they are providing almost a 10% increase. So there's a lot of word on the street that our county commissioners, and our government, our local government, do not care about public education. And I'm here to tell you that they have never given me any inkling of that narrative. We have very good government in Craven County at all levels, locally, and our municipalities, and our state representatives, and our state senators, and they all care about public education. And I thank the Craven County Commissioners for their support in Craven County Public Schools. I would say not only do they support us, but in my short term on this board, 6 months or less, they not only support us, but they rally with us. And so I just like to make people know that we live in a place of good government, and in a place where they are trying to do the right thing for public schools. So there you can see they've, this is for the year coming up, and they increased their local funding to us by maybe 2.3 million over the previous year. So, and I don't have any additional items in my chairman's report. But at this time, I would like us to move on to the consent agenda. And having removed items, the items that remain on the consent agenda are the regular meeting minutes from last month, the closed session minutes, policy 5022, the registered sex offenders policy, which had already been in second reading, and the out-of-county field trips that are coming up. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion.
Have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Ms. Davis. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey,
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman,
Yes.
Ms. Laura Kittsinger,
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Lori
Yes. Thank you. And at this time, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Motion.
Have a motion from Vice Chairman Mason. Do I have a second to go into closed session?
Second.
Have
For the public, those would be brief.
to to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 11A 3 and A6 to consult with an attorney in order to protect the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of a public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee. I have a motion to do that? Ms. Mason made a motion, and Ms. Davis was the second. Is there any discussion about this motion? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
Yes.
Ms. Amy Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Darlene Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman?
Yes.
Ms. Laura Kitzinger?
Yes.
Ms. Patty Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Roy Spees?
Yes. Thank you. The board is in closed session. adjourned out of closed session, and there was no action taken in closed session by the board. At this time, I would ask Dr. Boone to present the HR report for approval.
Good afternoon again, Board.
Good afternoon.
I am requesting the approval for Human Resources Report 12 and 12A for the month of June 2025 as presented.
Do I have a motion to accept the Human Resources Report 12 as presented?
So
Anyone?
moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kirkman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Davis. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Ms. Jennifer Dacey.
No.
Miss Amy Davis.
Yes.
Miss Darlene Gibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman.
Yes.
Miss Lauren Kidsinger.
Yes.
Miss Patty Mason.
Yes.
Miss Lori Speaks.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Boone, would you also present 12A?
Yes,
for
ma'am, I
approval?
do.
Thank you. There. Here.
So moved.
I have a motion to accept 12A as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Ms. Davis. Is there any discussion on HR Report 12A? Hearing none. Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote? This is on 12A.
Miss Jennifer Dacey.
Yes.
Miss Amy Davis.
Yes.
Miss Darlene Gibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Lee Kirkman.
Yes.
Miss Lauren Kidsinger.
Yes.
Miss Patty Mason.
Yes.
Miss Lori Speaks.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Dr. Boone. This time, I would like to give the board members an opportunity to share any comments. Starting with Vice Chairman Mason today.
I would like to applaud the summer reading program. I've been helping out with that. I think they're doing an excellent job. I've been volunteering specifically at Bridgeton, and they've invited the retirement community to come in, and they're enjoying it. My only disappointment is not as many kids eligible are taking advantage of it. And I'd like to pass on one of the celebrations from one of the teachers. She's excited about the program as well because she's getting the opportunity to work with other teachers that she wouldn't necessarily directly get to work with, and she's finding the interaction good, and she's learning new techniques. So one of the teachers is really enthused over it.
Davis, do you have anything today? Okay. No. Okay. Ms. Stacy, do you have anything today?
Sure. First of all, particularly since Mr. Lee's still with us, we've got just one final thank you. I've had the opportunity to say that a few times the last month, but I think that anytime we have folks who've been involved in public education for many years, anytime they are in front of us and they are retiring, we need to do all that we can to show our respect and our gratitude for their work. So I want to thank you for your time here with us. Next, I want to also say that I've asked a few times for a survey of the board's performance by central office staff, and given the continuing retirements and resignations that we have here, I'm going to renew my call for such a survey, as this new board has now been on the job for about 6 months, and we're asking our teachers and staff to work on continuous improvement. We need to do the same thing. This kind of a survey hasn't been done in several years, and I think it's overdue. Brad, if you will please bring up the Craven County government graphic that you brought up earlier. I too want to thank our Board of Commissioners for doing more for our school system, but I think it's amazing to see our board chair carrying the water for them so openly. Some of the items listed on this graphic were news to our staff, but it's interesting that the Board of Commissioners chooses to make direct payments to outside entities rather that indirectly benefit our system. I want to point out that the Board of Commissioners also makes it very easy for the public to see exactly what their contributions have been over time to our system, and I would encourage members of the public to refer to the county's annual comprehensive financial report,
which is available online. And we go back to fiscal years 2019 through 2020, all the way up to 2023 to 2024. The public school expenditure by the county hovered between 22,022,230 and 22,072,991. I have the page references for that, but suffice it to say that there was not a lot of, if any, real movement during that time period. So obviously we applaud the change and look forward to working with them to further increase the performance and the success of Craven County schools. I also want to say that politics can be a blood sport, even on the Board of Education. Everybody knows that. I knew that when I decided to step into this. It's not my first rodeo, but I want to be clear. I will never back down from a challenge, and I will always speak honestly because I believe both God and the citizens of this county deserve nothing less. Satan is the father of lies. We must reward truth in all things. The opposite is a society we cannot live under and cannot tolerate. That's one of the reasons why political change has occurred in the White House and elsewhere. I'm sorry if our friends downtown are bothered by my truth-telling, and I will continue to tell the truth and to pray for them. Thank you.
Anything today?
I would just like to wish the entire staff of Craven County Schools a happy summer, and thank you for all that they've done in this year, and we look forward to working with them next year.
Ms. Gitzinger, do you have anything today?
I'll say kind of what I said during the retirement celebration that we had, was it last week or the week before, for the Lees. Michelle's already left, but Stacy, you're still here, so pay attention. I've really enjoyed working with the two of you the last couple of years, and I don't know if you have always felt welcome around me, but I think it's important for me to say that over time you have made me feel welcome. And I really enjoy the relationship that we've built, and I've come to really treasure you as a person and as a staff member of Craven County Schools, and that goes for you too, Michelle, if you're listening or watching. I'm not sure if this message is going to get to you, but you've already heard me. But I think it's important, as Ms. Stacy said, to say this out loud for everyone else to hear as well, and you're certainly going to be missed, and I really do wish that you were going to be here throughout the completion of the Tucker Creek project, but I know that we are going to try to see it through as best as we can, and we are in good hands, but don't be shy to come back and kind of take a look and see how we're doing. But that's all. I wish you guys the best in your retirement, and I hope you have a great day every day for the rest of your lives, whatever you're doing. Hope every day is really fun for you guys, and that's all. I miss you guys. I miss you every day.
Mr. Kirkman, do you have comments?
Just a few things I want to mention. Fortunately, had the opportunity to be a part of several different celebrations at the end of the year throughout the school system with things, and it really highlighted a lot of the hard work that our folks do in the school system, in the classroom, and everywhere, and really appreciate all the work that folks do. One of the things about education is the fact that it's very easy to complain about, but we don't like to give the praise where it's due, and we've got a lot of folks that put a lot of hours in trying to make things better for our young people and for this community, and we appreciate that, and including that with our partners in education, the celebration there, and our very own Mr. Griffin, who's spoken and did a great job there and had a tremendous message for folks, and we had people like him that are constantly helping to promote the school system and what they do, and we're very thankful for that. Also with that, it was mentioned earlier in regards to the Vanceboro Farm Life historical marker that was put up, and it was a very nice celebration that afternoon with that. But one of the interesting things was the fact that several other places in the state claimed to be the first, but officially now it's, as of course Vanceboro always thought they were first, but it is official now that they are. But throughout our county, Cove City, Dover, Clarks, and other areas put a bid in for the school and wanted the school in their community. And it shows the importance that the folks in this county have always placed on education and the desire to see a better education system for not just themselves, but for their children and grandchildren and future generations. and it's a very important reminder to us of what has been entrusted to us in helping this county and our young people in moving forward, and is a responsibility that none of us should ever take lightly or neglect.
Thank you. I don't have any additional comments. Are there any other business for the good of the order before we are back together in July?
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kirkman. Mr. Stout, would you please take a roll call vote?
Aye.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. We are adjourned.